Jaya Shri Sari Gaura Bhakta Jaya Shri Krishna Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Narasingha Dev, 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 Narasingha Dev. Namaste Narasingaya Pralada Lada Daine Hiranyakashipur Vakshaya Shila Tanka Nakalaye Ito Nishinga Parato Nishingo Yato Yato Yamitato Nishinga Bahir Nishingo Hiryade Nishingo Nashingamadim Sharanam Prapade Kara Kara Kamalavare Nakam Abhuta Shingam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Danu Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Shagade Bhagavan Ki Jai, Prahlad Maharaj Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Jayam Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivajrakacharya Asatara Sata Sri Srimad His My Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivajrakacharya Asatara Sata Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Prem Sakaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Vetikadhara Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Shri Yamuna Maya Ki Jai, Ganga Devi Ki Jai, Tosi Devi Ki Jai, Vrinda Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Grant Raj Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Shri the Prabhupada's Transcendental Books and Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo, all glory to the symbol devotees, Hare Krishna. All glory to the symbol devotees, Hare Krishna. All glory to the symbol devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories are glories of Shri Guru and Shri Guranga. All glories of Shri the Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Krishna.
पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् स्वाद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्ण पादां सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितं च नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धान्ता सरस्वती श्रीवासभानवी देवी गीताय संबंध विज्ञानम दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्जना प्रमाद्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिदा नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्ते दीनतारिणे रूपानुगवीरुद्राप सिद्धान्त धन्त हारिणी नमो गौरकृष्णाय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विठ्ठलं नरसाम्बोधे पादाम्भोजाय ते नमः भक्ति विनदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिनी गौर शक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानंद मरायते गौरयाविर्भावभूमिस्थं निद्रष्ट्या सज्जना प्रिया वैष्णवा सार्वभौमस्य जगन्नाथ जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदानाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्नि गौरतिसे नमः। पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्त्यावतारं भक्त्याख्यं भक्तशक्तिरूपकम्। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपीश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमस्तुते। जयतां सुरतौ पंगा मम मंदर्मते गति मत्सर्वस्य पदां भोजो राधा मदन मोहन। दिव्यविन्द्यारण्यकल्पद्रुमाधा श्रीमद्रत्नागारसिंहासनस्थौ श्रीराधा श्रीरगोविन्ददेवौ श्रीमान रासरसारंभी वंशीवट तटस्थितः कर्षन् वेणु शनै गोपी गोपीनाथ श्रीयेस्तुनरम्। सप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी Samsara Davanana Nila Loka Pranaya Karanya Ghana Ghana Hatyam Bhaktasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Bandi Gurachi Chalarvindam Sri Vigrahara Dhana Nityanana Singharatan Mandiramachanadavu Tasya Bhaktangsya Nijanyatopi Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Chaturvidhasi Bhagavat Prasada Sadhvana Trityan Haribhakta Sanghan Trittaiva Trittin Bhajato Sadaiva Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Samsaradama Jananiva Lokam Pranaya Karanya Ghana Ghana Hatyam Radhika Madhavayara Paru Madhu Jalila Gunarupanam Nam Radhika Madhavayara Paru Madhu Jalila Gunarupanam Nam Tikshana Swadananupasya Tikshana Swadananupasya Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Samsara Davandananivadokam Pranaya Karanya Ghana Ghana Hatyam Sakandana Gunarnavasya Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Nikanya Junarati Keli Siddhai Gajali Viddukira Pekshaniya Nikanya Junarati Keli Siddhai Gajali Viddukira Pekshaniya Tatrati Dakshadati Vallabhasya Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Akshadhari Tena Samasta Sastrai Ruttastatha Bhapateva Sadbhi Kintu Prabhuja Priyaiva Tasha Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Bandi Gurachi Charanarvindam Samsara यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादम् यस्य प्रसादात् न व्यतिकृतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादम् Hare नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्य सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् माया जवनिकाच्छन्यः मज्ञाधोक्षजमव्ययम् न लक्षसे मूढदृश्याम् नटो नाट्यधर यथा तथा परमहंसानां मुनीनाम् अमलात्मनां तथा परमहंसानां मुनीनाम् अमलात्मनां भक्तियोगविधानार्थं कथं पश्येम हि स्त्रियम् नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याज्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविंदाय नमो नमः नमः पंकजनाभाय नमः पंकजमालिने नमः पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रये नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याज्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् यथा ऋषिकेश खलेन देवकी कंसेन रुद्ध्याति चिरं सुचार्तिकाम् विमोचिता हंच सहात्मजा विभो तयैव नाथेन मोहो विपद्गणाम् विषाणमहाग्ने पुरुषाददर्शन विषाणमहाग्ने पुरुषाददर्शनम् असत्सभाया वनवासकृच्छतम् निधेनेकमहारथास्ततो निधेनेकमहारथास्त्रतुम् मृधेनेकमहारथास्त्रतुम् द्रौणस्त्रतोश्चास्म हरेभिरक्षिता मृधेनेकमहारथास्ततो द्रौणस्त्रतोश्चास्म हरेभिरक्षिता नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् विपदः सन्तु तासस्सं तत्र तत्र जगद्गुरु भवतद्दर्शनज्ञ स्यात् अपुनर्भवदर्शनम् जन्मैषज्य सुतस्त्रीभिः रेधमानमदापुमान् नैवार्हता विधातुं वै कामकिञ्चन गोचरम् नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिर्नमस्कृतं नमो किञ्चन वित्ताय निर्विद्या गुणवित्तये आत्मारामाय शान्ताय कैवल्यपतये नमः नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् मन्येतां कालमीशानम् अनादिनिधनं विभुम् समं चरन्तं सर्वस्य भूतानां जन्मिथः कलिः न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितं न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितं तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनम् तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनं न यस्य कश्चित् दयितोऽस्ति करहिचित् देशश्च यस्मिन् विषमामतीर्नृणाम् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् न यस्य कर्तुरात्मनः तीजन्मि शिशुर्जातसु तदत्यन्तविडम्बनम् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् न यस्य कर्तुरात्मनः तीजन्मि शिशुर्जातसु तदन्तविडम्बनम् नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् गोप्या ददेतैः कृतगासीदाम तावन् जाते दशासु कनिलान् जनसम्भ्रमाख्यम् गोप्या ददेतैः कृतगा भयभावनया स्थितस्य कामाय विमोहयति प्रपीडद्विभेति वक्त्रं निमीय भयभावनया स्थितस्य कामां विमोहयति प्रपीडद्विभेति नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् नमस्ते पुरुषं चाद्यम् नमस्ते पुरुषत्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्य सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् केचिदाहुरजं जातं पुण्यश्लोकसकीर्तये यदा प्रियशान्नवाये मलयसेव चन्दनम् केचिदाहुरजं जातं पुण्यश्लोकसकीर्तये यदो प्रियशान्नवाये मलयसेव चन्दनम् अपरे वसुदेवस्य देवक्यां जाचितो भगात् अजस्तमस्य क्षीमाय बधाय च सुरद्विषाम् भारावतरणायन्ये भुवो नाभुवो दधौ क्षीरन्त्या भूरिभारेण जातो यात्मा भूयार्थितम् भवेस्मि क्लिश्यमानानाम् अविद्या कामकर्मभिः श्रवणस्मरणार्हाणि करिष्यन्ति केचन नमस्ते पुरुषोत्ताद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् चिन्नन्ति गायन्ति गिनन्तभीक्ष्णशा चिन्नन्ति गायन्ति गिनन्तभीक्ष्णशा स्मरन्ति नन्दन्ति तवेहितं जनाः तयेव पश्यन्तचिरेण तावकं भवप्रवाहो परमं पदाम्बुजम् तयेव पश्यन्तचिरेण तावकं भवप्रवाहो परमं पदाम्बुजम् अपादनस्तं सकिते हितप्रभो जिहासशीषि स्वेदो जीविना येषां न चान्यं भवतः पदाम्बुज परायणं राजसूयोदितां हतम् अपाद्यनस्तं सकिते हितप्रभो जिहासशीषि सुहृदो निर्जीविना येषां न चान्यं भवतो पदाम्बुज परायणं राजसूयोदितां हतम् केवलं नामरूपाभ्यां यदुभीतः पाण्डवा भवतो दर्शनं ज्योतिषी ऋषिकाणां निवेशितो नेयं सविच्छते तत्र यथेदानीं गदाधरम् तत्पादैरङ्किता भाति सलक्षणा विलक्षते इमे जनपदा स्मृध्यां सुपक्वौषधिभिरुधां वनाद्रि नद्दुदन्तं वेदन्ते तव वीक्षिताम् अथो विशेष विश्वात्मन् विश्वामुत्ते सकेऽस्मे स्नेहोपासमिमां सिद्धि वीरं पाण्डुषु वृष्णिषु तयि मे नन्ना विषया मथुर्मधुपते सखी रतिमोद्वहता दध्या गंगो गामुदन्नति श्री कृष्ण कृष्ण सखा कृष्ण भावनिध्रु ग्राजन्न वंश दहना नपवर्गबीजं गोविंदं गोदिरासुरार्थिया हरावतार योगेश्वराखिल गुरु भगवन् नमस्ते श्री कृष्ण कृष्ण सखा कृष्ण भावनिधु राजन्न वंश दहना नभवर्गबीजं गोविंद गोदिजसुरार्थी हरावतार योगेश्वर अखिल गुरु भगवन् नमस्ते नमस्ते पुरुषं ताद्यं ईशनं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविंदाय नमो नमः नमो पंकजनाभाय नमो पंकजमालिने नमो पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रे नमो पंकजनाभाय नमो पंकजमालिने नमो पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रे नमस्ते पुरुषस्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् Thank you. Buddha Sapadi Bhadi Lalita Kushanda Dalitanda Buddha Kumbe Dalimata Khanda Isitini Sarpudi Laddu Rata Boli Rodana Padena Ustaye Kutumari Rodana Padena Ustaye Kutumari Napadena Ustaye Krishna Hare Radhikara Pakayana Vivida Bandhana Radhikara Pakayana Vivida Bandhana Paramayana Krishna Parena Paramayanande Krishna Parena Bhajana Madhavaka Gaura Hari Sahi Gaura Bihari Gaura Hari Sahi Gaura Bihari Nanda Jata Mati Gita Mani Madhavaka Gaura Hari Madhavaka Bhojanante Priye Krishna Subhasi Samari Bhojanante He Krishna Subhasi Samari Baladeva Sahasakha Vasishadi Sari Baladeva Sahasakha Vasishadi Bhajavakata Vasana Singaurari Bhajavakata Vasana Singaurari Sigaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari Sigaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari Nanda Shiva Jaga Jana Mana Lobha Gaurangera Rati Shobha Jaga Jana Mana Lobha লোভা বিবাদকে নিতাই বামে গাদাধার বিবাদকে নিতাই বামে গাদাধার काटे अद्वैता प्रभो विगत दारा काटे अद्वैता प्रभो विगत दारा जय गोरा तांडे एक जय गोरा तांडे पाट बने जग जान मन लोवा बाजे घंटा बाजे अजे का जतान बाजे घंटा बाजे अजे का जतान मधुर मृदंगावाजे सुनिते रसाल मधुर मृदंगावाजे सुनिते रसाल शिवा मधुर 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 बाजे मधुर मधुर मधुर
जय जय गौरा चंदे आरती को शोभा जय Janavi Tatavane Jagamana Loba Dakineni Taichan Bame Gadadhara Nikate Advaita Shini Vasachitradhara Bosi Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Arati Korena Brahma Adideva Gane Ati Korena Brahma Adideva Gane Kivanara Hari Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Bashu Gosha Adi Gaya Kiva Shankha Baje Ghanta Baje Baje Karatala Amadura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur Madhur Madhura Baje Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur Madhur Madhura Baje Madhura Madhur Madhura Baje Madhura 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 Baje Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Madhur Madhur Madhura Baje Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Haribo. Bahu Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala. Gala deshe banamala kore jala mala bala mala kore jala mala kiba shiva shuka Narada preme gada gada Bakati vinoda deke Gora Rasampada Gaurangira Rati Koshobha Jaga Janamana Loba Gaurangira Rati Koshobha Jaga Janamana Loba Jaga Janamana Loba Jaga Janamana Loba Gaurangira Rati Koshobha Jaga Janamana Loba Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatadeshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha Kala Chandri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivajikacharya Asutar Satashi Shrimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivajikacharya Asutar Satashi Shrimad His Divine Grace Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Asati Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की नवद्वीप धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की समवेद भक्तवृंद की निताई गौर प्रेमानंदी. All glories to the sum of the devotees, all glories to the sum of the devotees, all glories to the sum of the devotees, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga, all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Namaste Narashivaya. Sadala Dadaine Iranya Kashi Purvaksha Shilatana Kana Kalahari Ito Nashima Bhadato Nashima Yato Yato Yamitato Nashima Hridayena Shiva Nara Shima Madim Shajaram Prakadim Savakara Kamalavade Naka Abhuta Singa Lalita Hiranyakashipu. Mom, stop. Stop singing. Nara Hari Rupa Jagadi Sahare Jaya Jagadi Sahare Jaya Jagadi Sahare. Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jagadi Sahare Jaya Jagadi Sahare Jaya Jagadi Sahare. Nashima Raya, Nashima Raya, Nashima Raya, Nashima Jaya Balamara, Jaya Balamara, Jaya Balamara, Jaya Balamara. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Itai Goda Haribo, 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 Nitai Goda Haribo. Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha Kala Chandri Radhe. Nashimoon ki jai, Baba Maharaj ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Gita Guru ki jai, Radha Kala Chandri ki.
Play for me? If you're not busy. Okay, don't worry. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Jamunatira Jamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manavishtam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Sham Rupam Katamayam Dadati Swapadam Vandeham Shri Guru Shivatapadakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Shakajadam Shagana Raghunatam Nitam Tam Sadvaitam Savadutam Vaishnava Saitam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sagar Lalita Shri He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopeshna Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namaste Rapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radha Vrindavaneshwari Vishvanu Sri Devi Pranamami Haripriya Vanchakalpa Durvasya Kripashindu Bhayavaja Vedanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Today we'll be reading from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, text 29. The last verse of chapter 5. Bhoktaram yasna tapasyam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridam sarvabhutanam nyatma mam shantim rechati. Bhoktaram yasna tapasyam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridram sarvabhutanam nyatva mam shantim rechati. Translation: a person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. The conditioned souls within the clutches of the illusory energy are all anxious to attain peace in the material world, but they do not know the formula for peace, which is explained in this part of the Bhagavad Gita. The greatest peace formula is simply this: Lord Krishna is the beneficiary of all human activities. Men should offer everything to the transcendental service of the Lord because He is the proprietor of all planets and the demigods thereon. No one is greater than He. He is greater than the greatest of the demigods, Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma. In the Vedas, Shetastvara Upanishad 6.7, the Supreme Lord is described as Tam Ishwaram Paramam Maheshwaram. Under the spell of illusion, living entities are trying to be lords of all they survey, but actually they are dominated by the material energy of the Lord. The Lord is the master of material nature, and the conditioned souls are under the stringent rules of material nature. Unless one understands these bare facts, it is not possible to achieve peace in the world, either individually or collectively. This is the sense of Krishna consciousness. Lord Krishna is the supreme predominator, and all living entities, including the great demigods, are His subordinates. One can attain perfect peace only in complete Krishna consciousness. The 5th chapter is a practical explanation of Krishna consciousness, generally known as Karma Yoga. The question of mental speculation as to how Karma Yoga can give liberation is answered herewith. To work in Krishna consciousness is to understand with the complete knowledge of the Lord as the predominator. Such work is not different from transcendental knowledge. Direct Krishna consciousness is Bhakti Yoga, and Jnana Yoga is a path leading to Bhakti Yoga. Krishna consciousness means to work in full knowledge of one's relationship with the Supreme Absolute. And the perfection of this consciousness is full knowledge of Krishna, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A pure soul is the eternal servant of God as his fragmental part and parcel. He comes into contact with Maya illusion due to the desire to lord it over Maya, and that is the cause of his many sufferings. As long as he is in contact with matter, he has to execute work in terms of material necessities. Krishna consciousness, however, brings one into spiritual life even while one is within the jurisdiction of matter, for it is an arousing of spiritual existence by practice in the material world. The more one is advanced, the more he is freed from the clutches of matter. The Lord is not partial toward anyone. Everything depends on one's particular performance of duties in Krishna consciousness, which helps one control the senses in every respect and conquer the influence of desire and anger. And one who stands fast in Krishna consciousness, controlling the above-mentioned passions, remains factually in the transcendental stage, or Brahma Nirvana. The eightfold yoga mysticism is automatically practiced in Krishna consciousness because the ultimate purpose is served. There is a gradual process of elevation in the practice of yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. But these only preface perfection by devotional service, which alone can award peace to the human being. It is the highest perfection of life. Thus ends Bhaktivedanta purport to the 5th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita in the matter of Karma Yoga, or action in Krishna consciousness. Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Prabhupada ki jai. This is actually one of my favorite verses of the Bhagavad Gita, because it describes how one can, not it, but Krishna himself describes how one can be in peace using, as he says, Natva mam shantim richati. Shantim, as Srila Prabhupada defines it, relief from material pangs. We're all seeking this relief from material pangs, because we're all so attached with this material world that we're trying to figure out how can we find peace, but we don't focus on Krishna consciousness enough to realize that the things that we're materially attached to are the reasons or cause of our unhappiness. And so, as Krishna says very nicely, he says, no, you're fine. Yes, you're fine, Prabhuji. You're fine. Don't worry, you're fine. Yes, Prabhuji. So, Bhoktaram, as Krishna says in the first part of the verse, he says, Bhoktaram yajna tapasyam. He is the beneficiary of all sacrifices. And then the next one, he says, Sarva Loka Maheshwaram. So Sarva Loka, which is all planets and the demigods, and he's the Maha Ishwaram. So Maheshwaram, Maha Ishwaram, which means he's the Supreme Lord. He is the king of these planets and the demigods. And then he also says, Krishna says, Suridram Sarva Bhutanam. Suridra means the benefactor, and Sarva, everyone, Bhutanam, the living entities. He's the benefactor of the living entities. And then Shantim, Natva mam shantim richati. So he says that knowing thus, me, mam, shant, you will get relief from material pangs. Richati, or Shantim, obviously peace, and Richati is one achieves. So from this, if we can just understand this verse with pure devotion, with so much love, we can understand how much, Krishna is observed everywhere in everywhere by everyone. And and then at the end he says that, I am the well-wisher of everyone. I I don't, I am the well-wisher. So it's like if Krishna says, I am your best friend, then if we really take it as it is, we'll learn a lot from it. We'll really capture the essence that, okay, Krishna is our only best friend. So I should always reach out to my best friend whenever it's required, whenever not required, but whenever I'm happy or down. That's what we do in this world, right? Whenever we're happy or sad, whatever it may be, we try to reach out to our benefactor, our well-wisher, because that well-wisher will guide us, because we know that person to be the one that gives us some hope, shines that light on us, right? And if Krishna is saying that I am the well-wisher, I will, I wish well for everyone, then yes, surely we should really accept it as it is, and from that we should really take in that essence and understand that he's our best friend. Not just our best friend, but everyone's best friend. And of course, even if he says he's everyone's best friend, he still goes around and says that, but my devotee is my favorite. So we want to be his favorite, right? We want to be his favorite, because every time whenever we're struggling or going through something, we always ask, oh God, why? Oh God, this. Oh, why did you have to do this? Or like, whenever we're happy, we say, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm so thankful to you. So ultimately, we're still going to Krishna. we're still trying to come to him, understand, why he has done what he has done. We get tears of joy in times of happiness. We get tears whenever it's sad. But ultimately, we're trying to figure out, why did this happen to me? How am I so fortunate? And so we have to, in those times, if we just reach out to Krishna and say, Krishna, we don't have to reach out, because he says it. He says it, right? He says that, hey, I am the benefactor of everyone, right? So we have to accept that, and from this we can understand that we will get relief from all these material pangs. And not just accepting it, but also, if he is our well-wisher, we should also be his well-wisher, right? Whatever he's asking from us, whatever he's telling us to do, if we follow his instructions, then we'll also be his well-wisher, and that way we can serve him. Because sometimes we just come to a temple and we think, oh, Krishna, I want this, Krishna, I want that. But what about Krishna? What do you have to offer? So in those moments, if we can try to understand that, okay, we need to offer, because at the end of the day, if Krishna here, even this verse, he says, I am, everyone comes to me, and Krishna says, in Brahma Samhita, I'm the cause of all causes. So if he's the cause of all causes, then we should help his cause, right? His cause is to see us back home, right? He wants us to go back to him. He really wants us more than we have the desire to want him. He wants us. And so to make him happy, the least we can do is serve him in such a way where he is satisfied. Hare Krishna Bhakti. We have to really make him happy. And little do we know that making him happy ultimately makes us happy. There's a verse in Srimad Bhagavatam, it says, Naivatmana Prabhu Ayam Nijalava Purno Anam Jana Davidushakarna Vinite Jajjana Bhagavate Bidait Manam Tacha Atmane Patimukhasya Jatam Kasri. The verse really talks about how when the person, his face is already beautiful, and when that person looks into the mirror, the face of the mirror is also just as beautiful. So really, what it really, as Sri Prabhupada says, that we Krishna doesn't really need anyone's service or anything. Krishna doesn't, he's like, even in this verse, he's saying, everyone comes to me, I don't need any service. And Krishna has so many people that serve him, what should just a little bit of our service do to him? But really, he wants us to do it so that we can get the benefit, because ultimately serving him benefits us the most. It makes us happy. Because being in Krishna consciousness, while thinking of him and about him, we're actually happy for ourselves. And so we have to follow through that and try to serve him, at least for ourselves, and make him happy. If we really find, while serving him, if we can understand how happy we are through because of his happy, because once he is happy, then we're also happy. So I guess I can understand, because I've always wondered really what it meant, that because the verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam, it says like about how a face, if the person's face is happy, then the mirror, the reflection on the mirror is, or beautiful, the person's face is beautiful, the reflection of the mirror is also just as beautiful. Same way, if we decorate Krishna and make him happy, likewise, we will see that happiness within us. And from our happiness, we can tell how Krishna is really happy. So we have to really work on serving him, and through that service, slowly realize that happiness is in here, and it's not in these material pangs or material attractions that we're so attached to. Yes, right. Oh, no, you're fine, Proj, you're fine. Is the verse for today is Bhoktaram Yajna Tapasyam. Yes. Is it really that famous? I don't know. Okay. I love it. I love it. Oh yes, yes, yes. That's as I heard this from Randa Prabhu once from his video lecture, and I was like, wow, this is the peace formula. So yeah, it's Bhoktaram Yajna Tapasyam Sarva Loka Maheshwaram Suidam Sarva Bhutanam Nyatma Mam Shantim Gacchati. Person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. Yes, right. Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Sri Radhachandji ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande. I'll just end it there. Did you want to discuss on it or? Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. Very, yeah. Really. But I connected this verse with Bhagavatam, one of the verses. I don't know if you ever heard. Arvatmana Prabhu Ayam Jalava Have you ever heard that verse? Here, let me. Oh no, it's on 7.9. Share with you. Because I connected this verse with that, and I wonder if you agree with me or not. And so in this verse, basically, the translation is: the Supreme Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is always fully satisfied in Himself. Therefore, when something is offered to Him, the offering by the Lord's mercy is for the benefit of the devotee. For the Lord does not need service from anyone. To give an example, if one's face is decorated, the reflection of one's face in the mirror is also seen to be decorated. And did that make sense? Did you understand it, or did I go fast? Okay, so the reason I connected it with that is because what I was saying when I was reading that, I was thinking that, okay, so Krishna is our best friend and he's always there for us. And like, the offering, he's the person everyone offers, fire sacrifices to. He's the one that the demigods look up to. He's the king of the demigods. And then he says all these things, right? So I was saying that basically he's our beneficiary. So in that way, if he's our best friend, he's doing so much for us, we should offer him back, right? And through that offering, we shouldn't think that, because he has done this, so I should do this. But then, like, what I added was that basically, ultimately, Krishna doesn't need our service. But through serving him, we can be. In the same way, because he's our beneficiary, we should serve him because he's giving us so much. If our well-wisher is helping us, then we should help our well-wisher. But then also don't think that, I'm the cause of my well-wisher's happiness. But really what's going on is I'm making Krishna happy by decorating him. But really I'm becoming happy. And through that happiness, I'm seeing that Krishna is happy. Yes, exactly. Yes. 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 Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes. Yes. He's asking for all these things. It's the least we can do for him. Yes, through that Krishna consciousness, ultimately is where the peace is. Yes. 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 That's also a good one. Yes. 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 So you have to act on it. It's like, so I guess I like what you said. So basically you're saying that if we, even though Krishna is saying, I'm your well-wisher, so that way we can't just thank him, be like, thank you for being my well-wisher. No. You have to do more. You have to act on it. You have to provide reciprocate with him. Just like he's helping us, same way we should help him. And through that process, we'll have more realizations. That peace will be even higher. Yeah. Because just understanding, if Krishna just says, I'm your well-wisher, and just call it a day, and it's like, then it's nothing. It's like you're not getting that full benefit, right? Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. 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 Sorry, I also have to head out right now. I have to go meet up with a friend. No, no, no. Are you trying to go to?
Bhagavan Ata Vishvatma Trituno Paritar Hanaha Samujihanaya Bhaktya Grihita Sharanam Bujaha Bhagavanata Vishvatma Trituno Paritaharana Samujihanaya Bhaktya Grihita Charanam Bujaha Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Ata, thereupon. Vishvahatma, the Super Soul. Prituna, by King Prithu. Uparita, being offered. Arhana, all the paraphernalia for worship. Samujihanaya, gradually increased. Bhaktya, whose devotional service. Grihita, taken. Charana Ambuja, his lotus feet. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. King Prithu abundantly worshipped the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who was so merciful to him. While worshipping the lotus feet of the Lord, Prithu Maharaj gradually increased his ecstasy in devotional service. Purport. When various ecstasies appear in the body of a devotee, it is to be understood that his devotional service has become perfect. There are many types of transcendental ecstasies in the forms of crying, laughing, perspiring, falling down, and crying like a madman. All these symptoms are sometimes visible on the body of a devotee. They are called Asta Sattvika Vikara, which means 8 kinds of transcendental transformations. They are never to be imitated, but when a devotee actually becomes perfect, these symptoms are visible on his body. The Lord is Bhaktavatsala, which means that he is inclined towards his pure devotee. Bhakta. Therefore, the transcendental ecstatic transactions between the Lord, Supreme Lord, and his devotee is never like the activities of this material world. Om Abhyanatamana Janan Jana Salakaya Chaksula Militam Jaina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manu Vistam Shtapitam Jaina Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Svakandantikam Panchakavataru Vaishcha Kripa Shindu Vipacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, the process of devotional service is the ninefold process as described by Srila Narada Muni in the Pancharatriki Vidi. Especially, Narada Muni has described in detail the method of worshipping the deity, Archa Vigraha. So amongst these 9 types of devotional service, there is this Archanam, deity worship, and also it is described Padasevanam, serving the lotus feet. One of the essential ingredients of deity worship is to meditate upon the lotus feet of the Lord. This is done by bathing the lotus feet of the Lord, offering sandalwood and tulsi leaves to the lotus feet of the Lord, and touching the Lord's lotus feet to one's head. So Prithu Maharaj meditated very deeply on the Lord's lotus feet. We understand also that another way of meditating upon the Lord's lotus feet is by hearing the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Because the Srimad Bhagavatam is the literary incarnation of the Lord, so its 12 cantos, or you can say, yes, 12 cantos, are compared to be like the body of the Lord, of which the first canto is said to be the Lord's lotus feet. The process of deity worship, that is, the process of seeing the deity, begins from seeing his lotus feet, gradually progressing to the point of looking upon his smiling lotus face. So it is advised that anyone who wishes to hear the Srimad Bhagavatam authoritatively should begin from the first canto. First canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam is most essential for the general public. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada stressed the distribution of the first canto of the Bhagavatam more than any other Bhagavatam distribution. The Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, when it publishes, repeats the printing of the first canto Bhagavatam very often, as anyone can see by looking at the printing history in the beginning of the book. Because in the first canto we get the most basic understandings about the science of going back to Godhead. It is not that one can become qualified all at once to understand the personal dealings of the Lord in his original form as Krishna. The pastimes of Krishna are often difficult to understand. Abhajananti man mudha manushintanamashyatam parambhavamajananto mama bhuta maheshwaram. The fools deride Krishna because of his human-like form. They do not know his transcendental nature and his supreme dominion over everything. So the first canto of the Bhagavatam is meant to give a background to the conditioned soul for understanding eventually the 10th canto. In other words, the details of Krishna's dominion, how he dominates, how he controls through his various energies, is being discussed in the first canto, as well as the many different incarnations of the Lord. Therefore, everyone who wishes to progress in the understanding of the science of Krishna has to master a proper understanding of this first canto. And devotees are recommended to study it repeatedly until they have a firm grasp of its content. Deity worship is essential because we are embodied. So long we have a body, the bodily conception is strongly fixed within the mind. Until and unless we have a spiritual outlook, we tend to always meditate upon this mundane body, our body or the bodies of others. So to dovetail this propensity for bodily meditation, the deity form is very helpful for allowing one to keep the conception, personal conception of the body in mind, and yet be focused on Krishna. Because we cannot see Krishna with these blunt material senses. We have to develop the transcendental vision. Premanjana charita bhakti valochanena santa sadeva hridayusha valokayanti. We have to develop this yam shama sundaram achinta guna sarupam govindam adi purusham tamaham bhajami. We have to develop our internal vision. Internal vision means Krishna vision, spiritual vision, vision which is not polluted by lust or greed, because it is lust which is preventing us from seeing Krishna. So long we are lusty, then our eyes are tinged with a different type of salve than the type of salve needed for seeing Krishna. So, the process of deity worship is a very merciful way in which the conditioned soul can touch the physical form and be touching Krishna. Everyone should do deity worship. In the Vedic culture, anyone who is a Brahmin does deity worship. There's no question of being a Brahmin and not doing deity worship. There's no Brahmin in the Vaishnav lines of Sampradayas that does not do deity worship. Everyone either worships the deity in the temple or worships the deity in their home. But there's no case of Brahmins who do not do deity worship who are in our Sampradaya. Srila Prabhupada himself did deity worship from the time he was a small child. His father gave him deities to worship, Radha and Krishna deities. And throughout Prabhupada's life, he always worshipped Radha and Krishna. So, the community of devotees here should all take their turn in worshipping the deity. Who would not want to worship the deity of Radha Kalachandji and Jagannath Swami and Gaurnitai? Anyone who has not offered an arti, at least to the the deities or taken part in bathing or dressing the deities is missing a very sublime experience. So there should be a lineup of devotees eager for doing this. If you find a shortage of time on any given day, then everyone has a day off once or twice a week. So those are the days then which you should sign up. And you will find it. What is that sound? You will find it very satisfying to be able to touch the transcendental forms of the deities, to dress them. This is the way to fix Krishna within the heart. And we have to fix Krishna within our consciousness, because the whole purpose of this process is to eventually be able to see Krishna constantly, 24 hours a day. So if we are practiced at envisioning Krishna through deity worship, just like an artist. When an artist paints a picture on a canvas, the artist has to have the vision of that picture fixed within his mind at all times. Then he puts the mental image onto the canvas. Or a writer has to have within the mind the words, and then the words are placed on the page. So this type of mental meditation has to be there for all of us. So we may not all be artists, we may not all be writers, but everyone can be a worshiper of the deity. You have to envision how the deity looks. How shall I dress him today? What clothes shall I put on him? What jewelry shall he wear? What kind of a crown will he have on today? In this way, when you meditate on these different aspects and you see his transcendental form, gradually the impression becomes fixed within the consciousness. And you will find that you're able to take that impression with you. It will stay with you throughout the day. A similar experience is there when one visits a holy place. Anyone who has gone and spent some time in the transcendental land of Vrindavan or Mayapur can remember or recall at any given time the impression that one feels within that very sublime atmosphere. So that even if one, for example, finds oneself in a parking lot or wherever one may happen to be, at someone's home or in a mall, wherever one may be doing one's devotional service or going out and preaching, those places are hellish. But a devotee does not exactly feel himself to be in hell. Wherever a devotee is, he feels this is Vrindavan, if he's Krishna conscious. In other words, if a devotee can recall Krishna, or recall that place which is connected with Krishna, or recall the holy name of Krishna, any aspect of Krishna is absolute, then he will feel himself in an absolute atmosphere. He will be absolutely insulated from the hellish environment that he finds himself in. This is called Krishna meditation. And we have to become experts at this Krishna meditation. This is yoga. Yoga means to fix the mind on the absolute, on Krishna. And we are all practicing yoga. In the past, the great kings, the Rajarshis, they knew the yoga system, just like it is described, that when Maharaj Yudhisthira prepared for leaving this world, he merged the various different senses and the mind, the intelligence. The yoga system was known to Maharaj Yudhisthira because in those days all of the kings were very well practiced. Any upstanding person was well practiced in this yoga system. But that is not practical in this age. In the 6th chapter, after hearing the yoga system explained by Krishna, Arjuna rejects it. And Prabhupada points out that as Arjuna is highly qualified, far more than any of us, if he rejects it, then certainly the system is not practical for us in this day and age. But that does not mean that we don't practice yoga. We do. But the method of yoga has to be according to the proper time. So this is bhakti, bhakti yoga. Bhakti yoga is the method recommended in this day and age, especially the aspect known as mantra yoga, or the chanting of the holy names of the Lord, the Hare Krishna mantra. And it is enjoined that the benefit that was received in previous ages, that means in the Satya Yuga by the very difficult process of yoga, in the Treta Yuga by the method of yajna, in the Dwapara Yuga by deity worship, in the Kali Yuga, the same benefit will be experienced by those who chant this Hare Krishna mantra. And it is not an ordinary person that can chant Hare Krishna. When someone appreciates Krishna consciousness, it means that they are persons who have performed meritorious activities for many lifetimes. It is not that one immediately can progress to chanting Hare Krishna. In the Kali Yuga, the chanting of Hare Krishna is considered the complete religious principle. For example, if one cannot take a bath, one can bathe by mantra. By chanting the holy names of the Lord, one can actually cleanse his body in this age. The chanting is so powerful. One can offer food, one can offer sacrifice. Whatever religious aspect one has to do can be done through the chanting of Hare Krishna. Therefore, whatever activity one takes up, one should accompany it with the chanting, whether one is cooking or doing deity worship or whatever you may be doing. It has to be accompanied by the chanting of Hare Krishna. That makes it all auspicious. So, Prithu Maharaj, by gradual process of meditation, he came to the point of experiencing the 8 types of ecstasies. Asta Sattvika Bhava. This 8 types of transcendental symptoms, which are described here, just like the hairs standing on end on the body, crying like a madman, falling down, perspiring. These are different transcendental symptoms. These symptoms should not be artificially imitated. Prabhupada points that out because there are persons who do so. We have experienced, certainly in India, where people are aware of these symptoms, that people try to demonstrate that they have these symptoms so that they will be known to be very advanced devotees. It's not uncommon in India to see someone rolling around on the ground in the middle of a kirtan, for example. And we have seen that happen. We have seen people apparently go into ecstasy, crying, and so many different things, almost as if it's a dramatic performance. So, of course, this is not a very real approach, and these persons are at very best imitations, sahajiya type of personnel, devotees. We don't want to engage in such things. We understand that the natural fruit of watering the tree or watering the creeper of the bhakti lata will be that the creeper will grow until it finally takes shelter and sprouts fruits and flowers at the lotus feet of Krishna. In other words, the fruits and flowers are some of these symptoms mentioned here that come about as one experiences love for Krishna. So all of this begins from the point of hearing nicely. We should not jump ahead. It begins from hearing. Hearing properly and developing a desire to hear more and more. That is a very That is a good symptom which you can look for, since we will not see these other symptoms until the advanced stage of Krishna consciousness. Let us look for symptoms that we can find. For example, an increased interest in hearing about Krishna. When hearing about Krishna becomes very pleasing, that is a very good sign. Sometimes people feel that our books are boring. The same thing being repeated again and again and again. Yes, that may be that the same thing is being repeated again and again and again. But a devotee takes pleasure in hearing repeatedly about Krishna. Just, for example, as we take pleasure in hearing the holy name of the Lord. It is not a mundane sound vibration. One chanting water, 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 water will not get satisfaction in terms of quenching one's thirst, and plus one will become very bored with that sound vibration. But the chanting of Hare Krishna becomes more and more pleasing, more and more palatable. So similarly, repetition is not only necessary for learning something correctly, but it is also a satisfying activity if the repetition is in regard to Krishna's pastimes. So hearing from our books, being eager to hear, that is one of the signs in the beginning stage that you're making advancement. Another is that you're able to control your senses and your mind, to be able to perform duties according to the instructions of Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. The initiation process means that one has determined oneself, one has promised that now, despite what my mind and senses may tell me, I'm going to act according to Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. We have to state that devotees fail in this regard again and again. They do not take the vow of initiation very seriously. That means despite the fact that they promise at the time of initiation with all sincerity, they pledge in front of Krishna, the Vaishnavas, the fire, so many different things, that I will now act only according to Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. They go on serving the very bad masters, the mind and the senses. And for such a person, there is not happiness in this world or the next. The Bhagavad Gita informs us that anyone who disobeys the injunctions of Shastra cannot be happy in this world or the next. So therefore it is very amazing to watch the foolish persons who, despite being initiated, despite taking vows, go on acting against Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra, as if somehow they think they're going to be more intelligent than the scripture, and they're going to find a loophole and become happy in this world and the next. So it is not a fact. Therefore, one symptom of, in the beginning stage that you're making advancement, is that you have the ability to control your mind and senses, to control them instead of being controlled by them. One who is controlled by his senses is called Godasa, the servant of the senses. And you can see 4.5 billion human Godasas on this planet nowadays. But we're supposed to be Goswamis. We're supposed to control our senses and our mind according to the direction of higher, superior authority. This is the path back to Godhead. If you trip, if you fall, you're just delaying your journey. And you're just increasing and continuing the suffering condition of life. So, desire or interest or enthusiasm for hearing about Krishna, then the ability to control the mind and senses. Then another is the lessening of interest in things which have no connection with Krishna. This is another symptom. That one finds oneself very uncomfortable in any situation where Krishna is not the center. This is another indication that you're doing nicely in spiritual life. There are many different indications, but gradually if one progresses steadily, then you can expect to come to the point where, after all the unwanted things are cleansed out of the heart, you start to develop the symptoms of Raganuga Bhakti. And it will happen to all those who are sincere devotees, that you will be done once and for all with this rotten consciousness, rotten material existence. So Prithu Maharaj is being described here, that he came to the point of increased ecstasy in devotional service. Again, the Bhagavatam presents us with wonderful examples which we can meditate upon and become inspired by, drawing strength from them. And I've always said in the past, and I continue to say, that our movement needs such heroes and heroines also. It is not enough that these are presented in the Bhagavatam. Because one great hero, Srila Prabhupada, was presented to us, the whole world has become inspired. But that tradition has to be continued. Although we may not come to the point of perfection, as Prabhupada has demonstrated, nevertheless, even some semblance of perfection will be enough to inspire many hundreds and even thousands of persons. And people are looking to the devotees of our movement. They're not only satisfied to see perfection in these books. If the books are real, according to them, then they also want to see the proof of the books in terms of how the books have affected people's lives. So book Bhagavatam and person Bhagavatam are essential. Two tracks, parallel tracks upon which the train can run. Be merciful to everyone. Not only be merciful to yourself, be kind and merciful to others. Offer this life in such a way to Krishna that you'll become an example of what is stated in Shastra, so that when people see you, they'll actually become very enlivened, that here is a process that completely changes someone. So this is the purpose for which we have formed this society, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. It's meant to train us in Krishna consciousness, and so that we can then give our association to others and help them to advance in the same way. So we'll stop here and ask if there are any questions.
Sometimes we see that a devotee, necessary for a devotee to engage in worldly affairs, just as Maharaj Priyavrata, even though he would prefer just to stay in the mountains meditating on Krishna, was asked to rule the universe. How is it that in the midst of worldly affairs, a devotee can remain Krishna?
One who practices very strictly the sadhana bhakti method will have Krishna fixed within the consciousness throughout the day. The process which Srila Prabhupada gave to us, beginning with Mangal Arti and ending in taking prasadam, and all of the activities which follow in between, is strong enough in itself to keep Krishna fixed within your consciousness. 4 or 5 hours of continuous meditation on Krishna will be enough to counteract all kinds of situations which may be very mundane. Prabhupada wanted us to be active throughout the day. After taking breakfast prasadam, Prabhupada wanted us to work for 8 or 10 hours very enthusiastically and very diligently. And he told us that no matter what our engagement may be, some would be preaching, some would be working in various capacities, Prabhupada said that there would be no difficulty providing that the morning and evening program was there. So this is important. Very few people here work more than about 8 or 9 hours. And then you sleep 6 or 7 hours. 8 or 9, 6 or 7 is about 16. That still leaves 8 hours. So those 8 hours have to be used, at least 4 of them in the morning and a couple in the evening. In other words, you have to make a Krishna conscious sandwich in which the morning and then the evening is full of Krishna Katha. Then throughout the day, those 8 or 9 hours, whatever your service or engagement may be, you will not forget what you are doing. You will not forget Krishna, and certainly you will not forget the purpose for which you're performing those activities. And everyone who has a strong program of sadhana can attest to this fact, that they are protected, no matter where they may find themselves. Another question? You have to experiment in your situation whether you would rather make it on 4 hours of sleep, go through the morning program, and then take extra rest afterwards, or sleep continuously for, say, 6 hours, and then pick up the morning program at that point, and whatever aspects you have missed, make up in a different way. For example, as an example, supposing you missed Mangal Arti, then you could come to the noon Arti, or you could come to the evening Arti, and make up an extra Arti in this way. And that diligence and concern and care for your spiritual life will be very much impressive to Krishna. Krishna will see what what sincerity there is, and he will immediately adjust in that way. So each of the programs of the morning program are essential. It's best if you can do it in the morning, because the time of Brahma Muhurta is so ideal for spiritual advancement. But if for some reason you have to miss that time, then don't think that you can do without those essential building blocks. Just like we say, the building blocks, of a good diet. And one is told that you have to have various types of nutritional, components to make a strong, healthy body. In the same way, if you want to have a strong, healthy spiritual life, there are certain basic parts that cannot be missed, such as seeing the deity getting offered an arti, such as chanting concentratedly good rounds, such as being in a kirtan, such as offering Guru Puj. These are essential items for our spiritual life. So if you miss any one of them due to an unavoidable situation, make them up. Or, as I said, do with less sleep and then catch up with the sleep later. But it's best to be fully attentive during those different aspects. So if you cannot be fully attentive by only sleeping 4 hours, then better to sleep the required number of hours in a row and then make up the other aspects later on. Another question? Not good sign. That is not a good sign. One of the aspects of our master plan is that the devotee's spiritual life will not be compromised. Therefore, we have to tax our brains to see that devotees are engaged in such a way that their material desires do not increase. The material desires is increasing, has to be, a person should be alarmed. That is not a good sign. One should be alarmed, and one should sit down with one's authorities and try to analyze what the cause of the increase of those material desires is, and what might be done to remedy that. No one should think, well, my material desires are staying strong or they are increasing, but you should go on, but you should also be alarmed. Not just think that it doesn't matter. Because one of these days you may be thinking that way, and suddenly there may come some fall down, which would be very regrettable. Another question? One thing is that, any question? Yes? I'm not. What's the point? You can ask the temple president. That question is not suited to a Srimad Bhagavatam class. It's a managerial issue. It has spiritual ramifications. It's not a mundane question, but it's not appropriate to be asked at this time. One thing is that after the Pramadwani prayers, I think it will not be necessary to say Srila so-and-so Ki Jai. We can just say ISKCON Vardman Acharya Brinda Ki Jai. That will include everybody. That will be able to include all and every person. What is the exact translation of that? ISKCON Vardman Acharya Brinda. Oh, that's good. What is it? Vardman Acharya means. Oh, that's very good. Yeah, that's good. Acharya can also mean one who teaches, by example. It says it means present. That's nice. That's very good. So we will say that, and that will accommodate everyone, all of those who give diksha as well as shiksha. Because in the future we may have so many persons, and then it will become a long list of people calling out different names, and it's not necessary. Okay, Jai. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Bhagavan Ata Vishvatma Prituno Paritar Hanaha Samujihanaya.
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 9th Canto, Chapter 4, Text 64, given by His Divine Grace Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Gurudev, recorded on May 19th, 1981, in Dallas, Texas.
Brahman Yesham Gatir Aham Para Nahamatmanamashashe Mat Bhaktai Sadhubir Vina Shriyam Chaityantikam Brahman Yesham Gatir Naham Para Nahamatmanamashase Mat Bhaktai Sadhubir Vina Shriham Chatyantikam Brahman Yesham Gatirahama Para Transcendental bliss. Ashase. Desire. Mat Bhaktai. With my devotees. Sadhubihi. With the saintly persons. Vina. Without them. Shriham. All my six opulences. Cha. Also. Atyantikim. The supreme. Brahman. O Brahmana. Yesham. Of whom. Gatihi. Destination. Aham. I am. Pada. The ultimate. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. O best of the Brahmanas, without saintly persons for whom I am the only destination, I do not desire to enjoy my transcendental bliss and my supreme opulences. O best of the Brahmanas, without saintly persons, for whom I am the only destination, I do not desire to enjoy my transcendental bliss and my supreme opulences. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is self-sufficient, but to enjoy His transcendental bliss, He requires the cooperation of His devotees. In Vrindavan, for example, although Lord Krishna is full in Himself, He wants the cooperation of His devotees, like the cowherd boys and the gopis, to increase His transcendental bliss. Such pure devotees, who can increase the pleasure potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, are certainly most dear to Him. Not only does the Supreme Personality of Godhead enjoy the company of His devotees, but because He is unlimited, He wants to increase His devotees unlimitedly. Thus He descends to the material world to induce the non-devotees and rebellious living entities to return home back to Godhead. He requests them to surrender unto Him because, unlimited as He is, He wants to increase His devotees unlimitedly. The Krishna consciousness movement is an attempt to increase the number of pure devotees of the Supreme Lord more and more. It is certain that a devotee who helps in this endeavor to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes indirectly a controller of the Supreme Lord. Although the Supreme Lord is full in six opulences, He does not feel transcendental bliss without His devotees. An example that may be cited in this regard is that if a very rich man does not have sons in a family, he does not feel happiness. Indeed, sometimes a rich man adopts a son to complete his happiness. The science of transcendental bliss is known to the pure devotee. Therefore, the pure devotee is always engaged in increasing the transcendental happiness of the Lord. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jananjana Salakaya Chaksula Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Om Vishnu Vinaya Krishna Prasnaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Nama. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Sunnavami Askata Deshatanane. So, this subject matter is understood the more one advances in Krishna consciousness. Because as we advance in Krishna consciousness, we become sympathetic to the feelings of Krishna. Actually, that is the goal of our Krishna consciousness movement, to try to satisfy the desires or the feelings of Lord Krishna. In the spiritual world, that is the characteristic feature of the pure devotees, that they are all very much expert in knowing how to satisfy or please Krishna. There are unlimited devotees in the spiritual world, and each one of them is unique in the particular way in which they serve Krishna. Just as within this material world, there are no two persons who are alike. Even amongst the various species, say blades of grass, there are no two blades of grass in existence that are exactly alike. So as there is material variegatedness within this world, similarly within the spiritual world of the Supreme Lord, there is unlimited, infinite variegatedness. And that each living entity is pleasing Krishna in a particularly unique way. So, this understanding that God is not alone comes as we mature in spiritual life. We begin to appreciate how different personalities are serving Krishna. It's like Mother Yasoda and Nanda Maharaj are giving Krishna a certain type of satisfaction in parental love. Krishna enjoys being dependent upon his father and mother, Yasoda and Nanda Maharaj. And in fact, he acts just like an ordinary child, totally at their mercy. Don't fall asleep. Stand up. Similarly, Krishna has unlimited friends, the cowherd boys, and each one of them has a special relationship with the Lord in fraternal affection. And similarly, the Lord is served by so many servants. And of course, he has his best devotees of all, the gopis, who have sacrificed everything and who are at different times practically like lover, father, mother, friend, servant. In all respects, they are able to please him. So these devotees and their relationship, in their relationship with Krishna, increase Krishna's transcendental pleasure. And this should be our goal, to increase the pleasure of the Lord. So, within this world, when the Lord descends, he does so for the purpose of reclaiming the lost devotees, for fallen souls, because he derives more happiness when there are more devotees for serving him. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu especially has come in this mood to redeem the fallen souls. Krishna, in fact, always comes, and especially Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has shown us how we can best serve Krishna by assisting in increasing the number of devotees. This actually gives the greatest pleasure to the Lord. And it is understood that for one who takes up the work of the Lord becomes controlled by such a devotee. Because Krishna is the most loving personality, and therefore he can be controlled by love, bhakti. Bhakti means to Krishna. Bhakti doesn't mean to any demigod, no matter how great he or she may be, nor does bhakti refer to any living entity other than the Supreme Lord. No one within this world can we render devotional service to. We may give some praise, we may give some respect, but loving devotional service is alone meant for Krishna. So, Krishna agrees to be controlled. He agrees to be controlled by his pure devotee, but not otherwise. He says that he's not controlled by the formal prayers of the Vedas. He is not controlled by the powerful, mystic opulences of the yogis. He's not controlled by the hard labor of the karmis. He's only controlled by the pure, loving service rendered by his unalloyed devotees. So this science of unalloyed devotion, it has to be approached very carefully. It's like some of you are very sincere to advance the spiritual life. So you attend all of the programs and you follow the instructions of the spiritual master. Whereas others, they're not very serious. They miss the programs again and again. And they cannot take up the order, therefore. But the science, it is a science after all. It is just like a scientific experiment in the laboratory. If you leave out some part of the equation, then you can't achieve the desired result. So similarly, if you neglect some part of this Krishna conscious equation by missing Mangal Arati, by chanting around in a scattered way throughout the day, in so many different ways. There are many different parts to this spiritual equation. If we neglect any one of these parts, then the desired result cannot be achieved. So, it is scientific, therefore, how the love for God develops, how the sympathy for the Lord develops. So, this is done through the auspices of the spiritual master, the Lord's representative, transparent via media. Because it is he who imparts to us the desires of the Lord. Otherwise, how are we to understand how to approach God in this conditioned stage? It is not possible. How are we to know how to best offer our abilities to the Lord when we are at this time still in a very conditioned stage? It is only the Lord's representative, the bona fide spiritual master, who can understand our position now that we are in this conditional stage and can offer to us the solution, how we can utilize our energy, even while it is not pure, to please Krishna. Actually, this is a very wonderful thing. And Sanatana Goswami describes it, that just as bell metal, when it is placed in contact with a special catalyst, it can be turned into gold by the alchemical process. So similarly, a fallen conditioned person, by associating with a pure devotee of the Lord, he can be made into a highly qualified Brahmin Vaishnava. So, all of the acharyas have agreed that it is only through the spiritual master, Yasya Prasada Bhagavat Prasad, O Yasya Prasada Nakatir Katopi, but the mercy of the spiritual master, that we can gain some understanding of how to please Krishna. So Krishna was worshipped in each age in a particular way. And in this Kali Yuga, he is ascended as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, as recommended in the Shastra, Krishna Vana Trisha Krishna Samgo Pangasta Parshadam Yajnai Sankirtanai Prayer Yajanti Sumedasha. The best way of serving the Lord in this Kali Yuga is through this performance of the Sankirtan Jagat. Because it is specifically by chanting the holy names of God and distributing His transcendental glories that people will be able to take up worshiping the Lord, that the number of devotees will be increased, and so the Lord will become happy. So we should endeavor only for this purpose. It should be our firm resolve that we must dedicate our lives to increasing the Lord's devotees within this world. This should be our only business, not for our personal, sense gratification. That I want sex life, I want palatable food, I want a nice place to live in. These things are most unimportant. They are, as I have repeatedly said, the business of animals. Rather, we should become expert in performing the Sankirtan Jagat. This is the most important. And Sankirtan has to be performed under the guidance. Jagya means sacrifice. It has to be done under the guidance of expert priests. Guru. Just like in the olden days when they did the big sacrifices, there were the sacrificial priests. And in addition, there were the great saints who would guide everything. So similarly, we have within our Church of the Latter-day Saints, this is actually the Church of the Latter-day Saints, we have our expert Brahmins, and we have our saintly persons to guide the performance of these sacrifices. So that if they recommend to increase Sankirtan by, for example, selling some paraphernalia, but we have to understand that their intelligence should be abided by. It's like now we are distributing art. So now, if we hold art shows in people's homes, that will very much increase the Sankirtan Jagat. So everybody should be meditating on how to, everyone that you meet, to give them the opportunity to have a very wonderful art show within their own home, where they can invite so many friends. Actually, it's a very grand event that, just as I was yesterday going out in the car with Thurna, and we passed at least 3 art galleries, just in a 20-minute drive. Art is the biggest thing nowadays. We passed 3 art galleries. So if someone has an art show in their own home, they can get to see paintings from many, many art galleries right in their home, and they can have all their friends with them. So it becomes a very great festification for them. And this way, you can present to them in such a nice way that they'll be very eager. And by doing this, all of these people will get an opportunity, unknown to them, Agata Sukriti, unknown to them, to engage in the Sankirtan Jagat. Because each one of them will be making a substantial offering of Lakshmi, which you, as the Brahmin priests, will bring back and offer to Radhakala Church. So try to understand how this is part of the Sankirtan Jagat. Then, as part of the Jagga, we will distribute unlimitedly transcendental knowledge in the form of Srila Prabhupada's books, which will enlighten people. So, in this way, the whole world can become transformed. So we should be very eager. And as people become enlightened, then they'll want to come here to receive this enlightenment in a personal way. And they'll come to our temple. They'll see this beautiful temple. They'll see very nice facilities. And we'll show how the whole world can be made Krishna conscious. At our community in Oklahoma, we can show how the whole world can be made Krishna conscious by very simple living and high thinking. So in this way, this is a complete formula. And we should be very much enthusiastic to give this transcendental bliss to Krishna, Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya personally becomes present wherever Sankirtan is performed. Just like when Lord Nityananda used to perform Sankirtan, Lord Chaitanya would immediately become present. Whenever Mother Sachi Devi would offer food to Lord Chaitanya, he'd personally come and eat. So wherever the devotees of ISKCON purely perform Sankirtan, you should understand that the Gurus and Srila Prabhupada, the whole disciple succession, including Lord Chaitanya and Lord Krishna, are all present. They all become present and participate in the pleasure of the Sankirtan Jagga. It is not possible to perform Sankirtan without the presence of the spiritual master. When I go to preach in the Orient behind the bamboo curtain, I never think for a second that Srila Prabhupada is not present, because I know he's present. I know that he's traveling with me, that he's personally coming and enjoying this Sankirtan as it's being performed. So you should understand that Srila Prabhupada or your spiritual master is personally present with you when you go out on Sankirtan. Even when you go to perform Sankirtan through putting on an art show or walking into someone's home to show them some artwork, the spiritual master is present with you, because it is by his order that you're going there. Therefore, with his order, he gives that power. And the power means connection. Without connection, what is a question of power? It's like, because these lights are connected in a circuit to the powerhouse, ultimately, they can give some illumination. So similarly, because we're connected to our spiritual master through his order, we have some ability, some power is there. So that connection means present. Connected, it means present. You have to understand. And it's not impersonally present. There's no question of impersonalism within spiritual life. They're personally present. And it is simply for us to be able to realize that, which will give us the strength, the intelligence, the determination to be very successful in performing Sankirtan. It is simply our lack of transcendental realization which permits us to forget for a moment our spiritual master, and when we go to someone's home, to fall into Maya and become allured with the idea of sex life. That is simply, it is a matter of total forgetfulness, just as if you were to think of sex ideas in the temple room while your spiritual master is personally present. That doesn't seem feasible, possible. So it should not at all be possible when you go on a Sankirtan. Because where is the difference? There is no difference. The spiritual master is just as present. And if you're performing Sankirtan, that place becomes just as auspicious. You have to create such an auspicious atmosphere by your consciousness. And therefore it is so essential to prepare your consciousness beginning early in the morning. Just like this morning again, I could not sit woke up at 1:30, and immediately I jumped up and began to chant. And I was feeling very grateful to Srila Prabhupada and to Krishna for making it possible for me to be able to chant the holy name and to engage in their service. I was dreaming of being in China, and I was preaching there. And there were different godbrothers there, disciples there, helping me preach. So anyway, I couldn't sleep after such thoughts. So actually, there'll come a time when there will be no interruption to such thoughts. There will be no interruption to such consciousness. That is the advanced condition. When the pure devotee is sleeping, he is not sleeping in an ordinary sense. That sleeping is called trance, because he's still meditating on serving Krishna. I give the example often how Prabhupada quoted one verse when he woke up, and he went back to, quotes, so-called sleep, and as soon as he woke up again, he gave the purport. And I asked him, are you always thinking like this? He said, yes, I never stop. So, that perfect meditation, nirukti, fixed mind, samadhi, fixed trance, that is possible when one practices very carefully the Krishna consciousness process. If you allow any degree of sense gratification, then you can't get this ability. This is what you have to realize. Just as by lighting a fire, if you pour water on it, it extinguishes the fire. Similarly, when you allow Maya to enter, you're extinguishing the fire of the Sankirtan. When we say you have to get fired up or get into the fire, that means don't throw water on the fire. Don't meditate on sense gratification. What to speak of engaging in sense gratification. So, Lord Chaitanya, Krishna, they are complete and full in all opulences. And yet they say, here we see the statement of the Supreme Lord. This statement today in the Bhagavatam is being made by the Supreme Lord himself to Durvasha Muni. And he says that, my dear Durvasha Muni, that without saintly persons to be with, I cannot enjoy, I do not desire to enjoy my transcendental bliss. So try to understand how important a devotee is to Krishna. Without the devotees, Krishna says he can't be happy. So we should be very much appreciative then of other devotees and not be feel any contempt or arrogance or superiority. Because even a little devotion, just like the spider in the Ramayana was kicking some sand, so Hanuman was laughing. And Lord Ram said, oh no, he is doing according to his ability as much as you are doing. Very much pleasing to me. So we have to be very appreciative of the devotees and the service that they're rendering to their spiritual master, Krishna. And encourage that service, not discourage it. Because a devotee is giving Krishna pleasure. Therefore, when you become advanced, you're increasing the pleasure of just as a father becomes pleased to see his child growing up. Similarly, nothing gives Krishna and Krishna's representative, the spiritual master, more pleasure than to see a devotee advance in spiritual life. And nothing gives Krishna or the spiritual master more pain than to see a devotee retarded in his spiritual life. It is very indeed for the Lord to see how these souls have become conditioned within this world. It is very painful for the spiritual master to see the disciple who cannot take up his instructions. What is the reason why he cannot take up those instructions? It is simply his selfish desire for sense gratification. And that means it is just like a sadist. People who are what is that? Masochist. Someone who inflicts pain upon himself. To enjoy sense gratification means to voluntarily inflict pain upon oneself. And nowadays, that is the way. There was one article in the South China Morning News that now in America, they're opening houses, I forget what they're called, houses of torture, where people come to be tortured. And they find that the main clientele for these places are judges, lawyers, doctors, highly paid professionals. And they come and they get put on a rack, they get whipped, all kinds of hung upside down. And they take pleasure in this. They take pleasure. So we laugh at that because it sounds ridiculous. But to one degree or another, when we don't serve Krishna, we're doing the same thing. We're doing the same thing. We're actually inflicting suffering, pain upon ourselves. Because not to be in Krishna conscious means to suffer. To be body conscious means to suffer. You're so concerned for your body, how you look, how it feels. It means you're in a suffering condition. I mean, you're all hung up about a bag of stool and pus. I mean, that is suffering. That means a very perverted mentality. So, of course, our mind is in that perverted condition now. We cannot see spirit. When we knock on a door and a woman answers the door and Sankirtan, we say, oh, this is very attractive. That means that we have not properly, sufficiently practiced our chanting, our studying of Srila Prabhupada's books, our absorption in the kirtan, our association with the devotees is defective. Because when you do all of these, this morning program has been devised by the great acharyas, and this whole process has been given to us by Srila Prabhupada in such a scientific way that if you actually take it up step by step every day, you will not fall into Maya. You will not fall. I saw yesterday somebody was chanting because I had to walk outside during the Guru Puja, and I saw different people chanting. Actually, I repeatedly said that you should try and finish your rounds before Mangalarti, or if you can, then get them finished after Mangalarti. Or if you're on a special schedule where you're going at the same time, that's different. But then don't avoid any part of this program. You should not miss or be late, just like here. There are many devotees who are here now, who could be here. And they all have so many different reasons why they're not here. None of those reasons are good. None of them are actually good enough. I mean, the fact is that they're suffering by missing this program. The result of it is no good. The excuse may be very good, but its result is no good. Therefore, ultimately, the excuse is not good. So the great acharyas, they have taught by their example, and we have to follow in their footsteps. And it becomes possible then to rise to the position of someone who is so powerful that Krishna says he becomes controlled by such a person. That is the position of a devotee. A devotee means who has no other protection, no other maintenance besides Krishna. He doesn't use his body and his mind, you see, for his own maintenance. He simply serves Krishna, and Krishna arranges everything accordingly. You'll find that as you become more Krishna conscious,